شكرا.
Je pense Installez-vous, s'il vous plaît. J'ai des chaises. Est-ce qu'on peut demander à l'organisation d'apporter des chaises? Salam alaikum. Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Donc, je suis l'honneur donc d'être parmi vous pour lancer ce side event en marge de la 5e conférence régionale. Je vous souhaite donc la bienvenue à toutes et à tous pour votre participation donc à cet événement qui sera, je l'espère, fructueux pour nous tous. J'espère que cet événement fera date dans la mesure où il doit se féliciter tout d'abord de l'organisation de cet événement.
We would like to say that we're proud of this workshop that comes at the right time to allow irrigation practitioners to interact and exchange views and opinions around this very important topic.
Surtout dans un domaine très attendu
and it's
par
very
tous les
much
acteurs de
expected.
l'irrigation à l'échelle
Area expected so much by
du
practitioners
continent.
in different parts of the continent.
Mais surtout,
But
l'intérêt de cet atelier, c'est justement de pérenniser cet échange pour qu'il puisse bénéficier à tous les acteurs du SAGI, notamment à nos pays africains. Donc, pour ne pas être trop long, je rappelle juste qu'au Maroc, les SAGIS sont représentés par un spectre très large et varié d'institutions dont le cœur de métier, justement, est l'aménagement et la gestion de l'irrigation. Mais également la mise en valeur de l'irrigation qui est un élément essentiel et qui est pratiquement la finalité un peu de toute la chaîne de valeur. Le paysage marocain de l'irrigation est surtout façonné par les offices régionaux de mise en valeur agricole, qui sont des acteurs historiques dans la réalisation de l'objectif du million d'hectares qui est fixé par Feu Sa Majesté Hassan II, par Feu Sa Majesté Hassan II dans les années 60. Ils ont carrément plus de 50 ans d'expérience et vous aurez l'occasion certainement d'écouter à travers cet échange un certain nombre d'expériences des offices régionaux de mise en valeur agricole qui sont les acteurs les plus qui ont influencé l'irrigation. Il y a des acteurs encore importants qui sont les associations d'irrigants.
À l'ère de nouvelles mises à jour.
Promus par les pouvoirs publics depuis les années 80, mais également les PPP, partenariats publics-privés, que l'État promeut dans un cadre de plus d'efficacité, de durabilité et d'efficience des systèmes d'irrigation. Donc, je vous propose sans trop tarder.
Without further ado, I'd like to ask you to get started our program that will be rich with a lot of variety in view of the people who have actually shown their interest in the topic. Right away, I'm going to give the floor to the chair of the session to moderate this session. Over to you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd like to extend a warm welcome to you in this interactive day between various Moroccan bodies in charge of water management at different levels, and also from the Sahel and West Africa and French development companies with us here to interact and exchange around the challenges of agriculture and management of irrigation in order to prepare future framework for cooperation to extend the scope of exchange between these management bodies. We'll have a busy day today, and we're going to get started with opening session of these bodies. Right away, I'd like to ask Zakaria Yaqoubi to come over for a quick word from your department, on behalf of your department.
Ok, d'accord. Donc, de l'ANAFID,
Anafid then.
Monsieur Bartali,
Is he with us here?
Monsieur Bouham,
Monsieur Bouham,
vous pouvez dire un mot pour
a quick word on
l'Association
behalf
nationale
of the National
d'irrigation du drainage.
Association of Irrigation and Drainage.
D'accord. Alors, pour ne pas tarder, j'appelle
So,
Khalifol.
Then I'll call Khalifol
D'accord. Pour la présentation
for
du mot de réseau de l'Ouest africain.
a statement on behalf of African Oases.
Merci.
Thank you.
Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs.
Good morning,
Je
ladies
prends la
and
parole
gentlemen.
au nom du
On behalf of Roi Saji,
Tout d'abord, vous
I'd
remercier
like
très
to
sincèrement
thank you
d'avoir organisé cette
for
occasion
this
pour nous
opportunity for us
entre
to
les
interact
SAGI,
among
donc,
the
qui sont
SAGU.
constitués de 11 SAGI
We have
des
11
pays du
units,
Sahel,
SAGU
le Niger,
unit
le Mali, le
from
Burkina,
Sahel countries.
et le Sénégal et le Tchad. Donc, au nom de
On
l'ensemble
behalf
de ces
of all
SAGI,
these
je vous remercie très
SAGUs unit,
sincèrement
I
pour
would like to
l'organisation de
thank
cette
you for
journée
the
d'échange
organization of this
qui va certainement nous
interactive
permettre de
day,
développer davantage
allowing us to further
via nos expériences
exchange
et
around the
non
topic,
seulement de partager les
not
expériences,
only
mais comme l'a dit
sharing
tout à l'heure quelqu'un, de
experiences,
développer
but
nos
also
relations
to
pour le
develop our
futur
relations
et pour
for
permettre
the
le
future
développement
and
de l'irrigation dans nos
to
différents pays. Donc, je ne vais pas faire un long discours. C'est tout juste pour dire
so
que nous sommes très reconnaissants,
we
et
are very grateful.
particulièrement le COSTIA qui nous a toujours accompagnés
We are grateful
dans ce voyage-là, qui nous a permis, en tout cas aujourd'hui,
and
d'être
this
ici
trip
ensemble
has
avec
allowed us to
vous
be
et
together.
partager avec l'organisation marocaine les différentes expériences.
And exchange with
J'espère que la
Moroccan
journée sera
organizations.
suffisamment riche
I hope the
pour
day will
nous
be
permettre
rich
de
enough
sortir d'ici
to allow
avec
us
des idées
to leave the
et
place with
des
so
projets
many clear
pour le développement
ideas
d'une coopération
for the
future.
development
Merci.
of future cooperation. Thank you.
Merci. Donc, j'appelle Étienne pour Amour de
Étienne,
l'Association française de l'irrigation du drainage.
on behalf of the French Irrigation Association. Hello.
Vous me connaissez comme étant de BRL pour la plupart d'entre vous.
You
Excusez-moi, il y a du écho, j'ai l'impression.
must know me a lot here.
Pardon? Ça va, vous m'entendez?
Can you hear me?
Aujourd'hui, je viens
Today,
de la part de la FID,
I'm
l'Association française pour l'irrigation
coming
et le
on
drainage.
behalf of
Laquelle
FID,
est notre
the
membre,
French
forcément en France.
towards
donc, aussi
development,
bénéficient
and countries that
des
also
expériences des autres
benefit
pays africains.
from
Donc, nous sommes là pour
experience
un
of other
échange,
countries. So here we're here
transfert
for
de
an
technologie dans les
interaction,
deux sens.
transfer of
Et nous
technologies
sommes heureux
both
que
ways,
vous soyez ici à
and we're glad
Marrakech
to see you here in
dans cet
Marrakesh
environnement
in this
scientifique international, parce qu'il y
scientific
a aussi le 72e conseil
landscape, because
exécutif
we
de la
also have
CID.
the
Donc,
20,
nous
the
voulons que
72nd
l'ANAFID,
Executive
qui a
Council of
toujours été,
CIID
comme l'a dit Dresser,
or ICID,
pays,
we want
un comité national actif au sein de la CID qui a travaillé en particulier avec des
we've been active
des
within
comités frères comme la FAID.
CIID,
Nous
working with
voulons que
other
l'on continue
partners.
ensemble
So we want
avec
to
nos
continue together
collègues
with our colleagues
des autres pays
from
africains
other African
à
countries
renforcer la présence de l'Afrique au niveau de la CID
within
et envisager comment continuer à
ICID
travailler.
and see
Il y a
how
le
we can
forum de
possibly
Dakar
work
qui est
to continue
dans
together.
quelques mois
Water
et il y a plein de choses à
forum
échanger.
in Dakar
Le
is coming
Maroc
up
a
very soon.
fait
So
beaucoup de
much to
chantiers
interact around.
pour essayer
Morocco engaged
d'arriver à
in so many
maîtriser. Il a tiré
projects
les leçons
to
de ces
benefit
différentes
and learn
expériences de
lessons
gestion, de
from different
transfert
management
de gestion,
experiences
soit
of
aux AUA, soit à disons, à des sociétés privées. Donc, nous avons l'expérience
So
ici
we
à
have
Marrakech avec les AUA
experience here in Marrakesh
traditionnels, la
with
reconversion. Nous
AUA,
avons à Agadir le
Association of
premier
Water
projet
Users,
PPP
and
d'irrigation dans
we
le
have the first
périmètre du
project of
Gardan,
PPP
qui est
in
donc géré
perimeter
par
of
un
Gardan,
partenaire
managed
privé.
by private
Et il y a des
partners.
leçons
And
positives qui ont été tirées. Nous
learned
avons
from that.
le souci de
We
préserver
also
nos
have the
ressources
concern of maintaining
hydriques, en
our
particulier la
water
sauvegarde des
resources
nappes. Donc, le Gardan dans
and
la
maintaining
région
the
de
water
Sousse
table.
est un premier
Gardan
exemple.
is
Maintenant,
the first
il y a le
example.
projet de
Case in
sauvegarde
point, we have another project of
nappe de Chitouka avec
safeguarding
cette
the water
grande
table of
usine
Chitouka
de dessalement
with
de l'eau de mer
big plants of desalination
qui va produire 400 000
that
mètres
will
cubes du
produce
jour à terme, pour
400,000
une
cubic
partie
meters
pour
per
l'eau
day
potable à Gadir et l'autre partie pour
for
l'irrigation.
Agadir and the
C'est
part
aussi une
for
innovation.
drinking
Nous avons la
water and
dernière
part for
génération de
irrigation. We have the
ce qu'on
latest
appelle,
generation
comme le
of what is
confirmera M.
referred to
Yacoubi,
as
disons, gestion des périmètres irrigués, des aménagements
development of
dans la zone
irrigated parameters
disons, de phase 6.
in the region
Donc,
of
je dois
Phase
aussi dire que nous sommes en
This
pleine
is to
et
say
étroite
that we are
collaboration avec nos
witnessing
amis de la
close
direction de
collaboration with our
l'irrigation et de l'aménagement de l'espace
friends
agricole,
from
avec en
the
tête
development
M. Bouhari,
agency with
directeur
Bouhari,
de cette
director
direction,
of that
et
division,
vice-président de la
and
Commission
vice president
internationale
of
de
the
l'irrigation et
International
du
Committee
drainage.
of
Nous
Irrigation
sommes
and
ravis de
Drainage.
continuer
We
à
are
avoir le
glad
support de M.
to
Belriti, de M.
have the
Yacoubi, qui
support
sont
of
là,
Belriti and
parce
Yacoubi
que
with it,
l'ANAFID travaille
because
comme
ANAFID
un outil,
works
disons,
as a
c'est
tool,
le représentant du Maroc au sein de la
representative Morocco
CID,
within
mais il
ICID,
travaille en
but
partenariat avec
it also works in
les,
partnership
disons,
with
les décideurs,
decision makers.
les organismes concernés par l'irrigation au Maroc et en particulier la direction de l'irrigation.
The
Donc,
director of
je vous
irrigation.
souhaite
I wish you
bienvenue, un bon séjour à Marrakech et
stay in
si
Marrakech,
vous avez besoin de quoi
and
que ce
if you
soit, j'ai
need anything,
mes amis ici
we
qui
have
sont à votre
friends here
disposition.
who are at
Merci.
your disposal. Thanks.
Merci beaucoup, Sebertali.
Thank you,
Donc,
Mr. Bartali.
je dirais un mot du COSTEA
Quick word on
en tant
COSTEA.
que coordinatrice Méditerranée du COSTEA.
Mediterranean
Vous connaissez
coordinator of
tous
COSTEA, you all
certainement
know
le comité scientifique et
the
technique de l'eau
Scientific
agricole,
Committee,
qui est un réseau
which
d'experts
is a
à l'échelle
network of
internationale
international
qui réfléchit et qui
thinking
produit
and
des réflexions
producing
pour
ideas
appuyer la durabilité de
support
l'agriculture agricole.
agriculture
Donc, c'est un
production.
comité qui est porté par
This
l'Association
committee
française de
under
l'irrigation et
the
du
French
drainage
committee
et financé par l'Agence
funded
française de
by
développement.
the French Development
Et
Association.
en fait, il est actif sur tous les continents à travers des actions structurantes et des actions collaboratives. Les actions structurantes, c'est des études ou des ateliers, des approches participatives pour appuyer un peu les thématiques de l'agriculture irriguée. En fait, nous engageant des études sur tout ce qui est foncier irrigué, problématique des services aux irrigants, la réutilisation des eaux usées, les changements climatiques. Donc, je vous invite à en fait intégrer cette communauté du COSTEA. On a un site internet comitécostea.fr, donc vous pouvez vous inscrire. Il y a des productions qui est en fait disponible au fur et à mesure de la production des réflexions, des études pour appuyer un peu les défis auxquels en fait connaît l'agriculture irriguée aujourd'hui. Donc cet événement, il est coordonné par ce comité pour préparer un peu cette formalisation, institutionnalisation d'un partage entre les réseaux des SAGI et les ORMVAS, mais aussi les sociétés françaises d'aménagement. Le COSTEA est labellisé dans le forum de Dakar, donc nous serons là aussi pour continuer le débat d'aujourd'hui, peut-être le formaliser pour une future collaboration future et élargir ce réseau autour des défis, des challenges de l'agriculture irriguée. Donc, aujourd'hui, nous avons un programme qui est très riche avec 5 sessions. La première session, c'est un panorama des sociétés, des offices régionaux de mise en valeur agricole, des sociétés des SAGI et des sociétés d'aménagement françaises. Après la pause café, on a une session sur le rôle des organismes dans la modernisation des infrastructures, y compris toutes les actions pour diviser.
Bonjour tout le monde, donc, je m'appelle Yacoub Zakaria du ministère de l'Agriculture marocain. Donc, on va initier cette session introductive de la première session qui sera dédiée à la présentation des organismes de gestion. Donc, je vais essayer de tracer très rapidement aussi la trajectoire des ORMVAS, des offices régionaux de mise en valeur agricole marocains. Donc, en 4-5 minutes. Donc, rapidement, je vais faire un panorama de l'irrigation au Maroc, des différents systèmes, grands systèmes d'irrigation, le contexte des années 60 qui a été à l'initiation de la création des ORMVAS, leur mission et attribution, le statut, et un bref bilan et les performances et les perspectives par rapport à cette trajectoire. Voilà, donc en 2 mots aussi, pour les collègues qui ne connaissent pas un peu le contexte marocain, donc l'irrigation, c'est une histoire, ça démarre déjà des années 60, juste après l'indépendance du Maroc. Donc on était à peu près à 160 000 hectares. Vers les années 60 et on est pratiquement 1 600 000 hectares aujourd'hui irrigués, à peu près 18% de notre SAU. Bien évidemment, cette évolution a été faite avec principalement avec des investissements publics, donc grâce au développement des périmètres ou des réseaux collectifs. Donc il y a deux types les grands périmètres irrigués qui sont gérés ou aménagés à l'aval des grands barrages. C'est des grands systèmes qui vont jusqu'à 100 000, 120 000 hectares irrigués, ce qu'on appelle la grande hydraulique. Ça couvre à peu près presque la moitié de la SAU irriguée nationale. Il y a également la PMH, la petite et moyenne hydraulique, qui couvre à peu près le quart de la surface irriguée, qui est également des réseaux aménagés par l'État au profit des bénéficiaires. Et à côté, il y a toute l'irrigation privée, principalement à partir de la nappe. Là également, vous avez un panorama de l'évolution des politiques publiques en matière d'irrigation. Donc, cette politique a été initiée, comme j'ai dit, en 1960, qui était motivée par le développement et l'extension des terres irriguées à l'aval des barrages. Donc, c'était plus une politique axée sur l'aménagement, la création des institutions qui vont gérer ces aménagements, en l'occurrence les ORMVAS. Et tout ça a été, bien sûr, fondé sur des bases, grâce à la création d'une loi appelée Code des investissements agricoles, qui résume un peu toute la stratégie d'aménagement et de gestion des périmètres irrigués. Après une vingtaine d'années est venue la phase de réhabilitation. Donc les interventions des ORMVAS ont été plus axées sur les grandes réhabilitations des infrastructures. Ensuite, récemment, avec
Plan Maroc Vert between 2020. It was a policy focusing on modernization, massive migration to Dripping system, and also the introduction of PPP for the design, funding, and management of irrigated perimeters. Lately, the military has launched a new agricultural strategy, Generation Green, which is the continuity of what you have done over 10 years of Plan Vert. So that's an overview of irrigation in Morocco. Large systems are about hydraulics, modern irrigation. We have 9 large irrigated perimeters run by 9 ANVAs. They are all present here. And as I said, the state manages some parts and then hand over to associations of water users. The state intervened through modernization, rehabilitation, while staying in gravitational system. As I said, we have private irrigation. This is developing from ground sources. There are possibilities of intervention by the state. We'll talk about that throughout the day. The context of ORMVA, there is willingness for the development of 1 million hectares. Morocco in the 60s decided to irrigate 1 million hectares. For the year 2000, it was reached in 1997, 3 years earlier, and motivated by a willingness to manage properly limited resources. For that matter, a law was enacted in 1969, and the transfer also there was a national office of irrigation in charge of development of infrastructure and so on. As of 1960, the state transferred this to ORMVAS. So ORMVAS were the arm of the state. This is a map of the ORMVAS in the north of Morocco, with the 3 missions: development, management, and agricultural development, and general valorization. That was the innovation at the beginning, to integrate all these missions under the same authority, ORMVAS. The weight of mission has developed over time, depending on each ORMVA. We have now 9 ORMVAs covering 9 irrigated spaces. Quick word on resources. These are public bodies with financial autonomy. Their financial resources are so they have irrigation water fees, that's one of their resources, and also there are state subsidies for public mission. The static pricing system, the principle is to recover the cost of recurrent fee, maintenance, operation, and so on. This cost is set by a ministerial bylaw decree, and it develops over time. In terms of development of action priorities, we have two blocks here. Up 2000, there was a mission of development, and for the introduction of new crops to meet concern of security, food security. There were a lot of plants, cereal, milk, and so on, that were launched early on with the ORMVA launch. And there was a whole mission on agricultural development and support of farmers for valorization. 2008, the context changed in terms of water pressure. ORMVAS working on dams, pressure on surface waters with the competition and climate changes and so on. ORMVAS start today to undergo so much pressure in terms of water availability, and their missions became focused on the promotion of water saving and adaptation to climate change and the improvement of water efficiency and energy efficiency. ORMVAS cover large territory, excluding APMH. Recovery rates of water fees covered today on average 80%. There are disparities between ORMVAS according to year. So there are large disparities between different systems. And today, the prospect and new challenges relate to the fact that our institutional environment has greatly developed. Lately, we've had the setting up of new bodies, namely ONCA, National Office of Counseling, Agricultural Counseling, that has taken part of the ORMVAS mission regarding counseling and so on. So we are now fully thinking about supporting this development of mission by an institutional reform for ORMVAS. So we are hoping to support this development and this context through institutional development. As I said, there is a lot of pressure on water resources, and now we are experiencing extreme years in terms of water availability. There's also erosion of new resources. We have limited resources. The government today is moving towards management mode based on outsourcing and PPP, and this should influence also the ORMVAS design. Thank you very much, Mr. Zakaria, for your succinct intervention. That showed us the challenges, the overview of ORMVAS. Khali, over to you. Thank you very much. I'd like to speak about the companies of management and development of irrigation, SAGIS. Here we're speaking about a larger zone in the Sahel region of 6 countries: Senegal, Mauritania, Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso, and Chad. Here we're talking about companies that are part of West African Network Development and Irrigation Companies called SAGI, organizing this day with ORMVAS and with the support of ANAFID. So very quickly, we have 5 minutes to give you an overview and the features of these development companies in West Africa. Very quickly, what are these? SAGI, what are the features? How did they develop? What are their mission and function? What are the challenges they're encountering? And quickly, the future projects and prospects if we get to that. These are 11 companies grouped in a network, 2 in Senegal, 4 in Mali, 2 in Burkina Faso, and the authority Burkina Faso, 1 company in Niger, and 1 company in Mauritania, Sonader, and 1 company in Chad. This company were set up based on the will of the state head with an objective, achieving food self-sufficiency based on intensive agriculture, with particularly rice as a produce. These companies with different pathways, some were set up in independent days, some afterwards, and developed in their features and intervention areas. So I'm not going to dwell too long on details here. As I said earlier, the companies were set up as part of their continuity to engage large agricultural projects that were developed by states, taking that as part of the regime inspired from socialism. So they are main actors of development in specific areas. So it's all about companies in the region of intervention. They're the main players of development and valorization. It's always part where we have low density. To have where we created some areas for populations to come and populate these areas. These companies are also characterized by omnipresence in areas they created, from development to marketing, strong presence in at all levels. Towards the end, late 80s, early 90s, these companies underwent revamping of their mission as a result of Bretton Woods imperatives and obligations. So they revamped their missions around maintenance of infrastructures and realization, supporting through counseling to players and service of water. there were climate constraints and degradation of infrastructure. High costs were also a factor that came into play, and questioning of methods of irrigating perimeters. In terms of characteristics, I don't know how I can move. These companies share, they administer and run large perimeters irrigated by state, and they have developments on public land. They have thousands of hectares to hundreds of thousands of hectares. The main form of operations in the area is family agriculture. Although we see more and more the private come into play. We also have international private fields coming into play. So rice is predominant crop. So there are other developments also that come up because of extensive demand. These companies are portrayed as companies that are pretty widespread. Another feature is that in their majority, we have dams service is open provision of water to this perimeter. It goes through dams, except the National Office of Hydro Agricultural Network, where we have diversification of provision. The other case that is special is ORS in Mali that does not get provision of water from dam of Makala, but irrigates from Niger. So the LAC goes ahead with another form of irrigation, gravity irrigation. These are tools for the development of irrigation in their areas. In 1980, the emission was reduced as a result of questioning of their structure, related structure. Today, they share common function. It's actually project management and also management of irrigation, maintenance and maintenance, and also counseling support to the irrigators and management of land. So land management with responsibilities depending on the areas. So in some areas, the local authorities have no more management of land. Now, challenges and take. Three major challenges that are interconnected that SAGIS are facing today. So these all have to do with mode of irrigation, management of irrigation. There are other players also that still have the classical in mind, the classical mission of SAGIS. So there have been some developments in land management. There was actually delegation to other players. So we have relations, partnerships, and shared responsibilities with these different players. But also all questions having to do with agricultural activities, because SAGIS are political players in policy. Productivity, agricultural productivity and performance of perimeters are also questioned. But we also have points having to do with to what extent this model will still be around and viable because of the developments of the general context. In terms of challenges and stakes, these companies today have to adapt to changing circumstances in West Africa to meet demand that's strong. So they're being asked to work more quickly on irrigated lands. So we're targeting 1 million hectares. We have the potential for that, but resources are not available. So SAGIS are part of players who are going to strong a lot in this. This has an implication on a number of things. So SAGIS focus mostly on family agricultural. But we should also accept this breakthrough of agribusiness and see to what extent these models can exist in a smart manner, depending on different contexts. We need to have inclusive strategies. We have sustainable management of different players. We need smart way of preserving these uses. So we need to know what engineering for the buy-in of users from design down to implementation and valorization. So we need to bring in socioeconomic developments of the region. And we need to have piloting and development based on local. So pricing is also an important project that we have with the parents under World Bank funding for the design of a grid for pricing of water in the Sahel region. So very quickly, I don't know if I still have time to do this. Can I go ahead? So I'd like to talk about the structural aspect of COSTEA, because there is an overall objective. Each session will be presented where we have the overall objective is to think about partners, producers, researchers, or the stakeholders intervening directly or indirectly in irrigation. We want them to go ahead with the mission and have different tools to be major players in the initiative for irrigation. So these four we have different projects here, one on transfer of management negotiation of use of waters, and one on irrigated land, and one on perspective strategy and development, and also management engineering. Thank you for your presentation, which has actually given us the whole panorama of, of bodies of SAGIS. Right away, Jean-Philippe Luc from development of Coteau de Gascogne for a quick word on the trajectory and development of French development companies. Hello. I'd like to warmly thank our friends from Costilla and Anafid for organizing this important event. I'm glad to share with you the 3 regional French development companies and to present the strategies we are designing to carry on with development of our territories with a view to reinforcing partnerships that we've had for years with the ORMVAS and SAGIS. Our 3 companies, Company Canal de Provence, East France, BRL, Center of France, and ASGC. I'm in charge of international development in Gascogne. Our 3 regional development countries are more than 60 years old with their challenges and internal issues. So what common ground do they share? First, the main force of our company is to always have that capacity to adapt to constraints and challenges in our territory. So how can we all the time adapt? Well, the first factor that comes into play is to have data, to know your territory. So from the beginning, we understand debits, level of water table, of dams, and so on. These are some of the strong points we have, and we find that in different areas. All this with a view to meeting challenges of sustainable development and meeting also the effects of climate change that affect us all. In Africa, you're very much concerned with this. That's the case with us also. We lost 10% of our available resources in our territory. So every year we have a deficit in terms of water resources. What does that mean in practice? Our SAR today are exploiting multi-use projects. We do that for public institutions that are states, regions, departments. We do it also for the government, public institutions. We are managers of projects for public institutions, for other bodies. And we also do that for private players like farmers or industrialists. These factors are important when we talk about multi-use projects. These are large dams, canals. So that's a territory account for over 300,000 irrigable land with pumping stations, hydroelectricity plants, and so on. And how can we perform in management of these facilities? We offer our shareholders, clients, a number of services. One service offer is operations and maintenance of these complex facilities in specific areas. Each Each one of our companies has got its own peculiarity. The second service we offer is engineering. We need to adapt and meet the needs of our clients. Third point is R&D. And finally, each company has developed a wide range of other services for our shareholders, clients, and institutions: hydroelectricity, floating, photovoltaic, and service of sale of irrigation material, and also rural development, including pastoralism, and so on. Fighting flood, managing floods, and also management of green spaces. Full range of services, and we try to adapt to the needs of our customers. What are the keys to success and sustainability of our management companies? Four. We have shareholders and administration that support us, and that's engage long-term and medium-term projects for which we are going to be the operator. That's the first key to success. Shareholder commitment and client commitment. We need to have officers inside who are involved, motivated to deliver. They should all go for innovation and research. Three. Third key to success, having a good regulatory and legal framework that is strong enough and that is developmental. Development should be done in consultative and cooperative spirit. Fourth key is contracting. We have contract. We are dedicated a member of facilities, so we need to have that. So contracting is the basis of all that. It's the fruit of financial stability. We have concession contracts, and the other element is planning for the long term and medium term. These 5 keys, 5 levers: shareholders, motivated officers, legal framework, contracting, and planning for investment. These 4 elements give us some kind of legitimacy in our territory. And you see that at the heart of the discussion of our companies. This allows us to have projects for the future on what we do, and this gives us an environment that allows for performance within our structures. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you, Jean-Philippe, for this presentation that gives us ideas about the future to maintain sustainability of organizations, but also of agricultural farmers benefiting from services. So this opens desire for us for future debates, but we'd like to invite you now to a coffee break, and we're 1 hour late, so please don't go beyond 15 minutes. Coffee break. We're resuming the first session of the proceedings of this morning. Session about the roles of ORMVAS seeking modernization of infrastructure, including all diversification in water resources, energy resources, asking different speakers to speak within time frame allotted to them. Sidi Yaqoubi will take care of that. Mrs. Hafsa will be the rapporteur of the session. She's head of unit of irrigation management. Please, could you be brief, because we have a long day with so many activities. Thank you. I think we are late. We have 1 hour late. We have 7 interventions from ORMVAS to ORMVAS, and another one on SAGIS project. Two other interventions from Burkina Faso, one from Asaid, and one from Office de Niger. We have 1 minute per intervention. But you can even go as much as 5 minutes, exceptionally. Organizers have imposed on this, they have imposed on us this constraint. So, Mr. Oli, you just have 5 minutes. Oli Al-Hassan, Sous Messa. My presentation. We have here a presentation on the contribution of SESMESTA. Talk about issues, challenges, and projects of modernization. Then we'll move on to prospect. We'll show you some projects achieved. Let's start from Morocco with an overall area of 65,000 hectares. Extensive use of drip system. The region has got big potential in terms of exports. The first in terms of exporting, first exporter of citrus, producer of saffron too in Taliwin. Animal production, there is oil or milk production. Despite potential, over the last decade, we've seen some weaknesses in rainfall. Over season and over campaign, we have seen shortage in rainfall with an impact on them. So irrigation is the important region, and we have an annual deficit of 380 million cubic, 60 cubic millimeters. We have two major challenges: limited resource to IT data. We have also a delay in terms of reconversion, some kind of delay in reconversion. So many constraints are there in the current situation. We have limited shortage of water, limited water table. We have high pumping cost. Since Green Plan 2008, many projects have been rolled out, all about extending the perimeter of irrigation and promoting drip system. We've had them to improve productivity and efficiency and water saving. So we have moved ahead in terms of modernization of large irrigation of 16,000 hectares, development of external equipment. We're also witnessing collective reconversion. So we have over 64,000 hectares of reconversion. So we have water saving of 200 million cubic meters. There was a lot of support to projects of reconversion among association of water users. So now future prospects. Thanks to green generation strategy, alongside with the two levers that we identified. So, investment in water efficiency, energy efficiency. We have modernization and valorization of water. We also have projects of modernization of and reconversion of 25,000 hectares. We have also reconversion in solar energy and valorization upstream of dams and development of small irrigated agriculture. The other element is in terms of governance, the soft lever, governance of water, and we have contracts of water table, and we also have precision agriculture. So thanks to achievement and assets acquired through Green Plan Morocco, we've been able to move ahead, and we hope to move ahead. These are pictures of projects as part of modernization. These are pictures illustrating the various projects we have in SAGIS-ORMVAS. Thank you, Uli. You have set a good example in your excellent presentation. SAGIS-ORMVAS office is one of the key players. SAGIS next. So the presentation of Uli conduct the various efforts in Susmitra. So we have seen how things are moving to digital system for master. The future challenge is maintaining and sustaining investment. Sir. Hello. Allah, representing House Office. I present the adaptation efforts of small farmers because of water scarcity in House Office. Quick presentation of the mission of office have already been presented. So we have 643,000 hectares. We have 3 major calamities. We have large hydraulic and APMS, and the rest is Lata South, Center, and North. We have 4 dams that provide 887,000 cubic meters. We have intensive evaporation of 1,300. Rainfall lower by 40%. Important agricultural production and animal production. And we have the role of associations that are of users of water that are very much involved in the process of management of irrigation water. We have over 200 associations involved. They collaborate in maintenance operations. Over the last few years, we've been witnessing decline in rainfall and repeated and recurrent drought. Competition with other sectors so in the slide you can see what is happening here in terms of water deficit. 2020-22, we were around 272 million with a deficit of around 70%. So this has an impact on allocation to allocation. There's over exploitation of water table. What to do? We have optimal management of basins of 10 sift, and we target specific specific crops like forage crops. So intensify campaign to awareness rate into water saving. We also try to mitigate by postponing payment of fees or canceling interest for some debts. So the program we had recently, since the advance of Green Plan, we've had 2 conversions, collective and individual. The objective is valorization of irrigation water, reducing deficit, reducing overexploitation, modernization of agriculture, and increase in yield. This is an important component in this program. We have reached now something like 71,000 hectares. So we have a network of 5 meteorological stations. We have posts and ads. We launch newsletters for warnings of irrigation. We also provide training to farmers. There are other operations having to do with support to farmers for collective reconversion. Something that was signed here with 10 region. We have the agricultural directive and ADH with the aim of having raising awareness through radio channel. And we also designed some flyers and we had caravans for campaign of awareness radio on agriculture. We also had capacity building. Another convention that was signed by the director and the Council of Agriculture in Turkey is to support farmers to adopt and pursue techniques of water saving, maintenance, and achieving collective and EGG with the conversion of the gentleman is reading out at lightning speed, speeding up the offering by constructing many other things in there and encouraging even thank you for your presentation, for sharing experience, and for your personal experience. Mr. Sren is an expert who accumulated long time experience. Thank you. So, diverse system, challenges are the same, and solutions are quite diverse. Over to you, Alice. You have a big project, but you just have 5 minutes. Thank you, Yacobi. Try to adapt to climate changes. Then I'll show you a quick footage that tells you about the history of the project. So that gives you an idea about the project. The project of safeguarding of Space Plain is a large project of Minister of Agriculture. This is a project we are now achieving, but I can tell you that the end objective of the project is for future generations. We are in an area where it's still raining, but after the intensive use of deep water resources with important climate changes that we've been going through over the last 10 years, we've had problems in terms of water table, irrigation, waters. Safe Plain is there in the north, the north of Morocco. The bull there, watershed, shows plain of Safe. one of the most productive plain, one of the most significant ones in terms of vegetation crops. And it's also based on irrigated crops. And let me move to more footage. Sound. Problem with irrigation is based on the water table, where we have annual deficit of 100 million cubic meters. The objective is to fill that gap in terms of irrigation from the water ground based on surface water that we are bringing from a dam within 60 kilometers from this water ground. Rainfall is going down. And this zone is important because we have 500,000 people working on irrigated agriculture. Agriculture is basically irrigated and an economic activity for farmers. 200,000 hectares. And down here you see the connection with what we said. It's a project over 55 hectares that go to the land and go to bring in surface water to support irrigation from the water table. In this way, we can maintain sustainability. Project was number of inhabitants, 150,000. And we are going to cost of the project about $7 billion. The cost of the project is 3 gallons of reduction over 5 kilometers. We have 2 months for regulation. And then move on and talk to you about the importance of this project that seeks to achieve sustainability. There are 3 major challenges. One is social challenge. There's an increase in population, and in terms of need, we need to produce more. With climate change, we need to irrigate more. Is a challenge. We also need to stabilize populations in the cities, villages, so they can live there decently. But if they can't irrigate, they can't pay. Environment challenge. Because of climate change, the water table is going down. Farmers are the ones who are affected first. They sell their land, they don't want workers to work. So even the largest farmers cannot also help. So they fire small farmers who go to the slums. So it's an agricultural project, but it addresses a whole ecosystem, bringing in social and economic challenges. So big number of laborers and workers there. And then the revenue we have with the donor, especially the bird. The 2 loans that we have donation from BIRD and from the EU of 50 million euros. Is the first project that got 32 million euros from the Climate Green Fund. Morocco in 2018 got the prize of BIRD. Picture of the award. I'll show you some pictures there. Oh là là, une minute. So the gentleman, you're taking, the gentleman is taking somebody else's time. All Moroccan experts are involved here. Only Moroccan experts are involved. And also consulting firms are fully Moroccan. I'd like to invite African counterparts to come here and visit us. You are most welcome to see what we are doing. And we are willing to help you and share with you our expertise. Stand Burkina Faso to come and share with us the Burkina Faso experience. We have with us a number of staff members working with us here. So we've had achievement of low pressure irrigated areas and hot irrigation. And we'd like also to know the role of Bagri pole in terms of development. So I'll be quick because of timing pressure. Bagri pole is a mixed economy company, part of SAGIS. It seeks to implement the growth pole of Bagri and its plan development management in the Bagri growth pole. Over 500,000 hectares on a potential of 30,000 hectares. We have the dam of Bagri, and that's where we have hydroelectricity production agriculture. Currently, the pole, here the map shows our location in the center east part with intermediate climate between Sahel and the southern part. Currently, we have 500,000 hectares developed. These lands and support also in development and technical choices that are part of water saving, and also trigger exchange and to ensure water services with agri-investors. In terms of expertise, in terms of opportunity, because of the experiences people are sharing, and in terms of spot irrigation, we want to seek inspiration from other experiences. Especially at this starting moment. We'd like also to transfer competence and skill to move ahead more in this regard. Prospect. we want to develop localized irrigation and to put in place resilient irrigation because of the economic conditions. This is based on the constraints of time that I can share with you for this experience of AgriPol. We have agri-industries that are being localized. So AgriPol executes projects and then developments are made as a result. So we have highland and the real will of favoring irrigation, spot irrigation. So that's the synthesis of our experience of irrigation under pressure that we are conducting in the zone. Thank you. Thank you for your excellent presentation and thank you for strict compliance with time. 6 minutes, 30 seconds. Thank you. Very good example of project showing the same challenges with regard to house pyramid. So now with the floor to Mr. Dibri to present the experience of devising the conception, design of development. Dibri Sam, Director of Development for Agriculture. Unlike my predecessors who had to present success stories, I'm going to present an issue we are facing, hoping to benefit from your feedback. So, the outline is as suggested. First, introduction of SAID and its area of intervention. Also, second point, challenges and the role of SAID in the realization of irrigated parentage. And then talk about the future prospects to overcome the constraints and challenges we are undergoing right now. SAID is the National Office of Development and Exploitation of Land of Delta and Senegal River. That's why we have SAID, short the acronym, the public institution. In 1979, its scope of intervention has been extended to the left part of Fleuve Senegal. And in 1981, status has changed and become a national company with more autonomy and flexibility. Its main mission is to promote the development of irrigated agriculture. So it ensures delegated project management to different players, producers, local collectivities, and other agri-businesses. For that matter, the activities conducted are clustered in 7 areas that are part of the 4 programs set forth in the planning pluriannual program of Ministry of Agriculture targeting the 3 sector-based objectives laid down in the policy paper of development of agriculture. So we have these areas. We have the 4 areas of activities there. These are the areas. This is the area of intervention along river Senegal to be closer and closest to our beneficiary. We come in 5 components, 5 delegations. The Ghana delegation, that's the first part, and delegation of Kodor, delegation of Matam, delegation of Bakel, covering Bakel and other areas to the east, and the partner of Guderi, and last delegation around Lac Béguin, the important source of water, allowing to feed Dakar with water. This is an area mostly rural, where we have 1,900,000 inhabitants, mostly rural. This is also an adequate place where the climate adequate for 3 crops per year. Producers engage in diversification crops, and 2 campaigns where they have mostly rice Now, the issue, this is just to tell you that as we got independence, the state or the possibilities were known in this area. The institution that was set up for developing the region. And in 1965, state was created to fight poverty and increase revenue population. This ambition was confirmed by the drought or the drought we saw in 1972. Then we set up Diama. These two dams actually. We use water surface of the fleuve of Senegal. This has helped facilitate the extension of intervention zone from Delta to other areas. The setup of agricultural irrigated crops went through different mutations, including the change of mode of intervention of the state with liberalization of the sector of agriculture, where new agricultural policy was adopted. There's also the intervention of the state. This engagement of the state led to the transfer to farmer organization. And then a agricultural bank was set up. This policy of transfer conferred upon the farmer associations the responsibility of operating and maintaining the zones. Now, in the valley, and to really get back to the issue I'd like to share with you is that, with a few exceptions, there is surface irrigation with canal underground with pumping stations from the river of Senegal. This situation resulted in so many constraints: degradation of canal, excessive use of water, high cost of maintenance tools. There are objectives of production and valorization objectives that are set, but with this constraint, we realize that it's hard to reach. This has questioned the hypotheses and assumptions stated initially. So because of the problems, now we're getting the problem of productivity and yield of the system. That's why I think we saw that there is necessity for us through the development to reach self-sufficiency in life and food security in general terms. As time is up, this is just to recall the role, the function of time. So we see the design and implementation of plans. Also have the design of call procedures, the recruitment of consulting firms, supervision of control. These are all roles and functions of monitoring, contract, and not picking up of norms of development. This requires revision to have our action sustainable. Regarding the roles of associations, you can have physical integrity, and that's property of the state. Coverage of all the fees relating to operations. So all these are points that go back to farmers associations. So we're going to introduce sprayers and spot irrigation. Renewable. And why this all the proposals which are stated are definitely covered by the state. There's got so many priorities. So what we suggest to reduce intervention state is promotion of PPP, where beneficiaries can contribute to the funding and other developments also. And that's not an easy thing. Thank you. Niger, over to you. Thank you for sharing with us. So that's the common challenge, valorizing investment and sustainability investments. Tell us when it's okay. There are problems, we can move on to the next presentation. Hello, we can hear you. Go ahead. Can't hear you actually. Can you hear me? Yes. Please, 5 to 7 minutes. 5 minutes. انا اللي بلوكي ما كيوصلنيش الصوت ديال هذا ما كيوصل كيخرجوا الناس انا اللي بلوكيت ما كيوصلنيش الصوت ديال هذا السيد اللي تيدوي Activo relates mostly to the new companies with dedicated aspersion system. Now, maintenance of infrastructures. It's the state budget that's used for that matter. This dam was constructed with a variable. We have peaks of 5,000 cubic meters per second. Sometimes you have around 300 to cubic meters per minute at times. So we cannot value all the areas throughout the year. So during the rainfall, we have more value.
So we rarely go beyond a certain limit of rainfall. Evapotranspiration in the area is quite high. This is a hot zone, windy also. So evapotranspiration is quite significant, 4 millimeters per day in August. So that's the hot period. And also around April. Net consumption of water in 6 months. We have the needs are assessed of around 6,851 cubic meters per hectare. And season from February to May, it's around 10,900 cubic meters per hectare. And with regard to sugar canes, it's also important. The need in terms of water here, the value of production is around this cost here, as you see. And for vegetable crops, we have this number here. So it's very profitable, but we have problems pushing farmers just to have vegetable crops. So they have problems there in irrigation. So these are some of the problems. So good practices and prospects. We have the setting up of a program. Hello. Head of the Agricultural and Social Unit. I'd like to share with you points on the issue relating to an issue of drowning in irrigation areas. Drowning in these areas. We have actually developed an emergency plan to mitigate this impact. So we have the same plan for the presentation of the poll, the issues, and mitigation elements. Needless for me to go back on the presentation in detail within PAGRE. This has already been done by my colleague, but I would like to point out that in the PAGRE area, for what we have seen, and we have large parts that are irrigated. We have 87 kilometers of primary pipes. And we have a slope. So project management was by the state itself. So around the issue of challenges, the first is about our primary canals not facilitating the task. We know these are infrastructures for irrigation, but with habits of local people. The practice here in these primary canals create issues that bring in problems of drowning. Second, the fishing activity. So we have irrigation, but downstreams we have producers that also engage in fishing. Unfortunately, we have old people who engage in that. Third problem. Also relating to some bad habits we have here. People take water and do the washing. As we can see, we have kids here. Instead of doing washing outside, they do it inside. And the water to be used, it was raining. People would go there for bathing. Kids would go there for bathing. Result, loss of a human being. The other one was in the BFH where we were, there were actually taken of their water withdrawal action, and death resulted. Because of that, we came up with an action plan to reduce drownings in a specific area called 2,200 hectares. With our partners, we developed that area. We reinforced the system of security. We reinforced lowers. We had awareness raising times, preventing drowning, and we had some kinds of reminders. And then we actually had some wells to reduce the problem of drinking waters. So we have radio programs, awareness raising, and so on, and joint surveillance by communities, so we can reduce these risks. We have also a green number to take into account the customs, local customs. The result was that since the setting up of this plan, we have had no accident in that area. Prospect, we want to continue with these elements in the permits, safeguards there to help people pay attention to what is happening. Let me finish by saying that based on the open development, it's good to exchange and interact with people to see if in technical studies, in design studies, if it's not possible to see where primary ways can be placed, because that's sometimes source of problem. By interacting with people, it was said, why don't we cover the whole primary path? These are additional costs. Why don't we have some safeguards all along this primary canal? So we try to think about all this to see what we can put in place to reduce accidents of drownings in the zone. Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to thank all the speakers for their good presentations. We had 7 rich presentations in experience and from different contexts, but with big challenges. So the main challenges related to adapting to shortage in water, and also problems of sustainability and investments, and the concern also of good management. That's the topic of this session. I thank all the speakers. As solution, we talked about deployment of some actions with the involvement of different actors and players to all levels. So many success stories, but the challenge is still there. So I'm being told that we need to adjourn the session at 12:20, so we'll have less than 20 minutes for discussion. So we can open the list of speakers for colleagues who wish to make comments or ask questions. So 1 minute per speaker to cover the various points. Mr. Bloriti, your name, please. Let's start with this list. Mr. Bloriti. Can you give Rovin mic? I'd like to raise a number of points. question about the last presentation of Mr. Yakuba on drownings. Don't you think that the problem behind these issues of drowning lies in the design of these facilities that need to be taken into account from the beginning, from the design, multi-function aspect of water. When you have something as important as a canal that goes through population and so on and so forth, perhaps in the design, you had to take into account all the needs, social needs, recreation, and so on and so forth, washing, because these are things that are important. When you don't take into account these multi-functions water, very often it comes with a cost in terms of gardening and safeguards that you talked about. We have the same problems in Morocco for the big works, crossing kilometers and kilometers of land. In terms of drownings and so on. So that's one question. I also would like to share with you an initiative. We are experiencing the same difficulties too. All the presentations have shown the challenges, social difficulties, and so on. We have rich experiences. And we also have the need to interact. So what I would suggest in few words that we can develop afterwards is to set up a focused group to think about framework for cooperation. Second, Mr. McCarthy can help here, can confirm as coordinator is how to support through COSTEA such initiative for common cooperation of SAGIS. And also, we can set up an alliance of national networks of irrigation as part of World Forum of Dakar. So these are the ideas we have tried to enlarge during lunchtime yesterday. So there is quite important experience of West African network that's quite sophisticated, where we can focus to actually consecrate and develop larger cooperation that can even extend to the international level. So this network, perhaps we need to see how we can make it interact with the initiatives we have, especially under AAA perspective. Thank you for all these pathways of cooperation. Second, Mr. Amar. Would like to come here or? There's the mic. Over the mic. I recognize that I'm really impressed by the science of irrigated land. But we know we are in difficult situation. A big chunk of irrigated land is not used. So there are exploitations that are not operational. That's my conclusion. So this leads me to ask, what are the mechanisms of Morocco to maintain these land under insecurity of revenues? So it's the role of you young people in these areas. Mr. Tizawi. Question about conversions. Involvement of water users associations. So how, in the framework of water deficit, how can we have water upon demand? How can associations intervene? How do they intervene? Because there are things that have been put in place. If you could please enlighten us on this topic. Thank you. I'm in charge of infrastructure in Talagri, Senegal. I just wanted to interact regarding the second presentation relating to management of drownings. In Sedagri, during the campaign, usually kids go to canals and sometimes you have accidents. And despite awareness-raising campaigns we conduct, there's always cases of drowning. Now we've started having guards there. The last one dates back to 2018, where a 14-year-old kid lost her life. So I think we can gain inspiration from the measures and actions of Agripol to prevent these accidents. Thank you. We have 2 minutes left because another session will start right away. Clarification regarding the presentation of RLV on fees, financial resources. We talked about the main sources coming from fees, but also from the subsidy of the state. So many investments were achieved following reforms. So my question is, for investment, do all investments come from the state, or was there any external loans? I'm asking this because this allows SAGIS to see other sources, because most of our funding comes from external sources. I think the place of the state should be higher. We'd like to know the main role of the state here. I think we need to have support of the state. We are thinking about that, but I think there is a major player, namely decision makers and so on, who should be involved in this process. Last question, and then we'll move on to the next session. Perhaps we can have presentations and we leave question time for the other time. Quick comment. This is some additional elements, very institutional aspects that are not always taken into account. I can mention here the debates that are sometimes taken. Sometimes people take water upstreams, and those who are concerned with that actually don't get that. So we're talking here about water withdrawal. I always remember the experience of Burkina Faso. In Morocco, we have large irrigation, small and medium irrigation. In Burkina Faso, they have small irrigation for self-sufficiency and help small farms to have local development. I think that the experience will be useful to all the countries of the Sahel region. That was just a quick comment. Thank you, Jabor. That brings us to the end of this session. Thank you. Answers will be incorporated in discussion of the next session. Unfortunately, time does not allow us to go any further. Thank you for your kind understanding. Thank you, Zakaria, for your excellent time management and of this session that was rich. Don't worry, we'll have to discuss again a lot of the points here and ask the same questions perhaps, and speakers can answer your question. Now, the role of ORMVAS in the management of agricultural water. Mr. Nicolas Kobiani, Secretary General of Bakripol, to chair the session with Etienne Dressaer as rapporteur. So we'll have 3 presentations for this session. Hello. I was entrusted with the task of moderating this session. So Nicolas, Secretary General, will be with us here, and we'll get this session to discuss around different topics, and we'll have the topic that will be addressed in the second session. We have ORMVAS and the management of agricultural waters, in addition to investors in the region. So we have 3 presentations that will be shared here. needless for us to remind you of the constraints of fund management. Would appreciate if you could have less. So we have reviewed this manual comparing. Below, manual comparing, authority of Valley de Sou, director of development, and I'm expert contributor. This is a project we have with Said Onaha with the support of the great SAP support. So this is the plan of my presentation. The issue is to see how can make all these things happen. As part of the facilities of provision, as part of the will of the state. This has required some modes of management and the involvement of various technical partners and financial partners. Analysis grid filled by SAGI with different components. And this is a closed issue about SAGI. We have 4 sections there. Very quickly, we can move on. Our workshop has been disrupted by COVID-19, and we reoriented and redirected our work by having video conferences for collective learning because we could not meet in person. So we organized lots of sessions to share and we have the various experts that took place that communicated through video conferencing mostly. These are the various video conferences that were conducted. This scheme is what allowed us to set up common vision and get to thematic group. We have 6 SAGI, 3 from Mali, in addition to the ones I mentioned. So basically, this is to have ground for study. We have actually set both our mission in 4 stages. Stage 0 for sharing and understanding the topic. Stage 1, data collection. Phase 2, design of compared analysis of 3 SAGIs. stage of phase 3. So phase 2 was based on collecting documents. Phase 3, field diagnosis to better understand the data and compare the data. So we had field diagnosis with Said or Naha, and then with AMVAs, and then phase 4, we're going to have synthesis workshop and drafting of the final report. So the limits of this workshop are basically focused on actually COVID-19 prevents us from moving around. So predominantly we work through video conferencing. And also Mali SAGIS could not be available. And as you could not travel, we were limited to video contacts. So we focused as part of the study on situations experienced by SAGIS. A lot of experience happening in Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso, Senegal. So funding was there, and we had experiences that could be highlighted to better understand their effects on the policy of transfer. Counseling is there too. That creates some dependence. Perhaps, yeah. The states usually want to have system of support to farmers. We analyze the ups and downs, advantages and disadvantages at all levels. There are cases where we are taking care just of management of water, and then we let production. Here we have the question, if we have identified really the mechanisms that are formal for what is there with regard to feedback. There are some results, and as time is limited, we'll just focus on some. We had some return from mission fields or field mission, sorry, that are usually conducted with reports at the end of the sessions to admission, to ask questions, especially for AMDS and ONAHA. There's a process underway, and we get a lot of learnings from what's happened there. You have pictures here. So in every field mission, we held workshop for propping up, and we tried to visit the perimeter of each Sahel. We visited 15 irrigated perimeters, and all structures were met. Around the issue of transfer of management of development. Thank you. Thank you for the clarity of your presentation. We're going to move on to Niger with Mr. Illa Aja. Your Anasamido, yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to explain what is happening in Onaha. Onaha we underwent, or all SAGIS have gone through some development, and within Onaha, it's a reform that was conducted. This reform actually, before talking about this reform, we're going to give a quick overview of Niger. So this is an island between Algeria and Nigeria, north-south, and between Chad and Mali. This is a vast country, over 1 million square meters per kilometer, split in 4 climate areas. We see on the map here the part in yellow, and then the part that is Sahelian, and the Sahelian zone, and then Sahel Sudanese, and then Sudanese part, which is very small. Here at the bottom. So, agricultural area in this part of the world is very low. We have agricultural part that depend on rainfall. The bulk of our agriculture is geared towards rainfall crops. With climate changes, you know, we rely mostly on rain-fed crops. So the state moved towards strategy of diversification and intensification, and also the creation of Onaha. So the development areas of this strategy is where you go right next to the Niger stream and where you have some fossil valley and other temporary water currents in the country. So with regard to Onaha, as I said, there was a diagnosis that was actually done because at the point of time, the state would actually turn their back to see what they had to do. And after structural adjustment, and at the end of the day, there was an important gap between what the state was doing, what the state was supposed to do, and what was happening there in the field. So there is a room for revisiting things to within Onaha and the adaptation of mission of Onaha with regard to the field reality. And then with regard to organization of farmers, we found out that the organization there managed everything, and that's the issue we had there. We had to identify the main operations that relate to management of water to outsource it afterwards. So what is happening is that an organization was created within the perimeter to manage the water resources. So that means distribution of water and the entertainment, maintenance of infrastructures and the management of hydraulic feeds. The other thing relates to agricultural aspects. And all these reforms have legal grounds that allow for the implementation of that. So when you take your topic of the presentation, the reform and management of water, we have here the association of users of water based on the modification of ONAHA. So right next to that, the joint a joint decree about this management of water. So this is development of missions of ONAHA based on some period of its creation. So reform started in 2013. So I said it earlier that these reforms related to ONAHA, but also workers or farmers associations. Now, what's the role of ONAHA in this reform of management of water? There is legal ground for that also. And we're very stages about TOT, trainer, conducted here in Morocco, where a team was sent. After all that, there is a campaign of awareness raising and information of all beneficiaries and set up of ad hoc committee that should design the laws of IE and the project of regular internal bylaws and the program of activity with its budget. This committee, this ad hoc committee, is the one that should be set up by trainers and should actually raise awareness to this topic. And then move ahead with the setting up of AIEA. We have a number of people that should support from this, that should beneficiaries that benefit from the support. Training and working capital. So we have two organizations in the same parameter, and we have a text and law that set the ground for collaboration between the two. And to conclude, finish with support. People have been taken to other countries to see what's happening there, to adopt that in their system. Now we have set up 25 IE, but limited IE, meaning associations of users of waters. But because of lack in funding, the framework has been limited. So there's a lot of interest in this large irrigation, small irrigation. So we need to have new development and rehabilitate old facilities and works of mobilization of water, and also support all the rest. Then there have been documents like rights program, which tells us about the whole needs of the country in terms of rights, in the area of rights. So JICA has been supportive of our effort to get to meeting the needs in terms of rights. And why not also even export rights? So when we see the number of associations we have put in place, 25. So we have quite a few elements there. we could say that in Niger, all measures taken to have good development of these associations. That's it. Thank you. Thank you for sharing this experience of Niger. So a new model of management of oasis perimeter with Patia. I don't know if I'm pronouncing well your name. Over to you, madam. Hello. I'm Miss Fadiha Firas. I'm Safilan. Body. I'd like to talk about Qadusa project. This is the outline. Presentation of the project PDI, the scope of intervention of managers and roles, challenges and prospects. Regarding the Qadusa project, it's located in the Rashida province, located in southeast of Morocco. Communes concerned here are Woodland and municipality of Woodland. Resources in water are around 30 million cubic meters for irrigation. Area amount to 5,000 hectares, broken down in two lands, 825 hectares of existing oases and 4,175 hectares of extension. Beneficiaries, 15,000 individuals. Period of execution 2018-2023. Cost of funding is around over 1,000 million dirhams, 41 million euros. Objective: to adapt oasis culture to climate change, by rising 30 million cubic meters mobilized by Qadusa barrage dam, and also variation of collective land components of the project. 3, set up irrigation management. This consumes over 50% of the cost. Adaptation of oasis land and climate change. Regarding the zone of action of the manager, the plate is climate. We have climate data, arid land. We have average annual rainfall around 120 millimeters. Average evaporation per month in July reaches 530,000 liters. So data in terms of resource water potential amount to 120 cubic meters between different sources, underground and surface waters. The agricultural land, we have 3 types of land: traditional palm trees, extension right holders of less than 5 hectares, and lands of investors of up to 800 hectares. The potential agricultural land amounts to 11,000 hectares. In the zone of the project, 2 types of management of irrigation in the area, delegated by a private operator, and traditional management to association of users of water. Regarding the first management, the private operator called for tender was published in April 2021. Main mission is to manage, operate, and maintain the network. Also, another mission is to receive infrastructures and equipment and communication outreach with users, and also compliance with the environment social management plan. Regarding traditional management of traditional user association, normally it was done by what's called Jama'a and Sheikh group, group and heads of the tribes and heads of tribes, and that was done as part of gravity system, and we created then 7 palm trees to create 7 associations. Each association is made up of 6 members with a mission of participating in the development works of hydro-agricultural procedures in the palm trees, and also management and maintenance and conservation of the works, and also organization distribution water. This is the map that shows the scope of operation of the manager to be delegated to a private operator, serving the plots here in yellow, about over 4,000 hectares. The small parcels, it's right holders. The large parcels are private investors. The manager will also manage a big part of provision and distribution and storage and basin storage and equipment also. Associations will manage traditional palm trees in green here. So we have 7 associations, so 7 traditional palm trees. The issues that come in the way of the management of irrigation water is basically that 2. First one is climate changes, because succession of drought have prevented the filling up of Qadisa Dam. And also we have some problems operational. There's also overexploitation of underground waters, because there's an important extension of surfaces that can reach 22,000 hectares. There are also needs in terms of irrigation provided for basically from water, underground water. So there was decline in 3 meters during the period of 2017 to 2020. There will be valorization of collective land in the area, but there's also another important tool that will help us in a better management of irrigation. It's the contract of management here. It's already designed and debated, discussed, and with an action plan around 4 points. Development, installation, construction of a new dam for the dam. So there's also valorization and water economy to save it, grounded on the setting up of meters at all debit points. There's also development of water pollution to introduce new techniques. The third point is the improvement of understanding and knowledge by optimizing different areas. So many devices and studies for deep well have been also triggered. There's also awareness raising campaigns between different interlocutors for better management. So I would recommend the signing of this contract for better management of water resources. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I think we have finished with 3 presentations. So I'm being told that the discussion after lunchtime. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt. We're being told that we need to have lunch now, not to disturb their plan. Thank you for your moderation. Thank you for your role as rapporteur. We'll convene here at 2:30 and we take some questions on the session. And keep your questions in mind before carrying on. Thank you.
Test, test, test.
ولا كاين برا كاين 500 واحد تابع 500 بيرسون كتفرج معاك تعاود دابا انت غير هنايا
لا حيت حنا جينيرالمون ماشي ما كيسجلوا هادشي كيسجلوا
لا دينا
ماشي عندنا يستعملوا شي
والله نشوف السيد اللي خدام معاه مي حنايا كبارهم بين الرجال
parce que normalement اللي كتسجل الصوت شيء اخر كاين حقوق الملكيه وكاين كذا خصو يخلصوا لنا هذا
خويا بيناتكم اخويا داكشي بيناتكم مي انا لا نقول السلام عليكم لا كمال تقدر تمشي تسمع لنا من تما انا جاي خير واخا نسمع باغ انا خصو باش خصو يكون قريب باش يمشي بعيد دابا غنجربوا كلشي كيتسجل ولا جوج
نورمالمون حنا المترجم يقول لي تسجلوا المترجم كيشعر ديالو كيوقف خصنا حيت حقوق الملكيه هذه ما كيسجلني شي واحد
حقوق الملكيه هذه اللي بغيتك تشرح لي حيت قال لي واحد النهار قرا لي وما فهمتش
بيان سور حقوق ما فهمتش هذه لا حقوق الملكيه
انت تو فيان دون دابا انا عندي حقوق الملكيه على ذاك لافيش اللي من راسهم تما
شنو بيان سور ما ياخذش واحد لابيسون ديالك الديزاين ديالك انت ديزاين بيان سور ما يشرا لا
لا كيتشرا
كتشرا بور لوزاج الا تبعتي ليه هذاك بعتي لي اون كرياسيون
اونجلياك
تيست انا معاهم دابا انا معاهم في زوم تيست ما كيتسمعش عندي انا تيست 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 ما كنسمعش
سميتي وخصنا الحقوق ديال هذا
ما كنسمعش انا دابا انا داخل معاهم ولا دابا انا داخل معاهم ما كنسمعش راسي انا ما كنسمعش راسي فهمتي انا دابا في الانتربريت تيست 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 ما كنسمعش راسي
واحد يكون ما عطيلوش الا عنده ما عطاش واحد دابا حيت انا معاه في لاسيسيون نشوف واش كنشوف هادشي كيشوف هو ياك سي لا ميم شوز كامل تيست
بعدا انت منين كتهضر من الميكرو
دابا انا في البيسي كنهضر من الميكرو ديال البيسي حيدت له الميكرو ديال تيست 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 هذا البيسي اللي فيه المشكل
Test 200. Nous sommes en période de pause déj. La reprise d'ici 1h30. Nous sommes en pause déj. C'est bon?
Test, test, test. Test. 1, 1. هذه بعدا ما مبرونشيش هذا. شنو؟
السلام عليكم. بونجور تو الموند. بونجور. كتسمعني مزيانه كمال ياك؟ شتي دونك يدير البيسي بحال هكا مع راسو يهضر في البيسي.
ابراهيم سي بون انولي راه نغيرو البروبليم. ابراهيم انولي. كتعطي دي جوجمون عرفتي صافي هذه ما خداماش هذه ما خداماش بس ما خدامش هو هذا ما خدامش راه كلشي خدام هذا ما خدامش مع هذا بس كاين مره كيديرها ماشي سي با غير سونطيغ فهمتي هذا مع هذاك ما خدامش Le nouveau général, il devait massacrer. C'est un PC niche. Bien niche. Ça fait une chance. طبعا يقولوا لي انه راه قولها لعيسى ترى شو بدنا فيها عيسى شوف الشباب لي برينسيپ برينسيبو ديال شوف لي برينسيپ برينسيبال ديال زوج ما يكونش فيهم لاج ديال كاملين شوف انت عندك انا ضارب شوف نشريو هذا النهار هذا النهار اللي راه ابارتير ساندي هذا صار هذا النهار دونك اون ريكوبير تو سي بيسي كل شيء غير ديري وانت اللي كتبان لي بيسي في المسجد يعني ديفينيتيف c'est quoi la technique? Il a jamais dit le suivant, c'est ça va rester vide. Il n'y aura pas de session. Mais dans le contexte, le support va venir de ça, le travail ou ça fait pour moi. ماشي مشكل تخلي بعضها غير كذا تعاود سي با ما بقاش دابا وبدا نجيب الصيف أنا الشيء يرتاح وما يمشيش لا ما تجيش انا واحد الصفه ما كنتش كنعرف عليها كامل انه ستريسور sinon c'est comme والله اجي دابا خاصنا دابا انا صار ديك الزواج فيه راه في قبل تخيل انا كان هو انا كيميزي عليه انا كنميزي عليه صافي لا صافي كل هذه لا صافي كل هذه ديريكت صافي واقع كل هذه المهم درتي الكاسك نتاع لوبلي انا غادي نهضر تيست المهم كتسمعيني تيست
questions before actually moving on to the afternoon presentations. If there are no questions, we could, for example, discuss at the end of each presentation, and without any further irrigation operator or the toolbox of the operator, irrigation operator of the future. So, good afternoon. I am Philippe de Provence in France, and I'm going to introduce a toolbox that has been set up by the FAO and the French Agency of Irrigation and Jeunesse. What are the goals of this toolbox? It is mainly to guide the irrigation operators in the assessment of their performances and the elaboration of their strategies. So primarily, we are here to facilitate a quick assessment of performances, to develop an action plan on 100 days and develop a strategic investment plan on 5 years. The targeted operators are all the whole entity of exploitation of irrigation system and drainage that employs the professional staff. So it's not for simple farmers, and the size of the plots is around 3,000 hectares, and that should be run by administration, public agencies, their functions. So commercial management, technical management, strategy. The operator operates under the external influences that are the criteria that are taken into consideration. That is the legal and regulatory environment, as well as the policies and the governance type. Now, so the operator will, of course, supply irrigation services to the user. Now, there is the quality of service to be provided, also the service of operating and maintenance, as well as the organizational performance. Pardon, oui. ولكن هذا الناس اللي اسمح لي داكور كاين الفوق الناس اللي خلصوا وقال لك